Thank you. Good afternoon, basketball fans, and welcome to Bob Erickson Court at the George and Sally Haddix Recreation and Athletic Center for the Great Plains Athletic Conference women's basketball game between the Dakota Wesleyan University Tigers and your Doane University Tigers. Let's meet the starters for our visitors from Mitchell, South Dakota. A 5'5" junior from Bolliton, Minnesota. Number 2, Kaylee Kirk. 5'9" sophomore from DeSmet, South Dakota. Number 10, Rin Osthus. 5'5" freshman from Prior Lake, Minnesota. Number 20, Hayden Pitch. 5'10" sophomore from Tripp, South Dakota. Number 34, Maddie Reiner. And a 6'4" junior from Alexandria, South Dakota. Number 44, Jada Campbell. The head coach is Jason Christensen. Doane Tigers. A 5'7" sophomore from UTAN. Number 3, Madison Davis. A 5'9" sophomore from Auburn. Number 14, Ashley Teaton. A 5'6" junior from Tacoma, Washington. Number 24, Hazeley Johnson. A 6' senior from Falls City, Sacred Heart. Number 43, Haley Heights. And a 5'6" sophomore from Deshler. Number 44, Sydney Rowe. The head coach for Doane is Ryan Baumgartner. Assistant coaches G. Bailey, Doane University.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on into the Haddix Center here on the campus of Doane University for today's matchup between the Doane University Tigers and the visiting Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. A matchup of the Tigers here tonight, a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Crete. Tate, Missouri, behind the mic, ready to start off 2021 on a right note for these Tigers this year. The last time we were on the air in 2020, the Tigers took a 1-point loss here at home against Briarcliff, a very controversial ending to that one. A win you'd like to see on senior day, but I know that the Tigers in white here today are really fired up to get a win and the GPAC and get things in the right direction as we're getting ready for tip-off here. It looks like Ashley Teaton's going to be at the middle with Jada Campbell. Tips on the way, and it's going to be battered around into the hands of the Tigers from Mitchell, South Dakota, Dakota Wesleyan. And their black uniforms here today, white numbers with the blue lettering, with Doane with their white jerseys, orange numbers and orange letters on their jerseys. That's trying to get down low to Campbell. That's battered around into the hands of the Tigers. And here comes Ashley Teaton along that right-hand side. She's going one-on-one there. She'll give it off to Haley Heights. The jumper is good. Haley Heights for 2. Haley gets things started off early on. That's a welcome sight. Haley Heights needs to get going if you want to win here today. Tigers into their zone setup here. Long range three-pointer on the way is good. Hayden Pitch delivering one from way downtown and strikes early for the Tigers. Rose going to go ahead and drive it in with her left hand. She'll get it in there for the layup. An easy one. No one really down low to help out the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers, and she'll take it on in for 2. Doane's going to force Dakota Wesleyan to shoot it from the outside here early on. They've already proven that they can do so. A couple of more three-pointers might take them out of here. There's another three-pointer on the way, off the mark. Gathered, second chance opportunity for Dakota Wesleyan. Right in the heart of that defense. Lucky no travel was called. That's going to be battered around. Another opportunity for Dakota Wesleyan. 3 from the corner. Off the top, and another offensive rebound. A defensive nightmare right now for the Tigers of Doane as they finally gather themselves as Asley Johnson brings it up the court. Davis down low trying to give it off Roth. That's out of bounds right into the head coach of Dakota Wesleyan. Almost faking out the ref there, throwing it right at him. 8:18 left to go. Doane sticking to a 4-3 lead here early on. Roth giving it out to Davis. She'll dump it down low to Heights. Heights squares herself up. Looks back to Davis with 12 on the shot clock. That one going to be stripped away from her. And Kirk will throw it on up. And here goes right into the heart of the defense there. Off the back of the iron. Gathered around Asley Johnson. Luckily not to get a foul call there. She kind of swiped at a Dakota Wesleyan defender to get off of her. As it looks like we're going to see 3 new Dakota Wesleyan Tigers into the game as Kirk strips it away. Here come the Tigers in blue the other way. Easy layup opportunity. That'll turn into 2. Both of these squads on paper pretty even as Doane coming into tonight's contest, 10th in the GPAC, and Dakota Wesleyan just a little bit higher up, 8th in the GPAC as Heights gets one to go there down low. Dakota Wesleyan on the season 5-5 overall, 3-5 in the GPAC. Doane coming into tonight's game 4-9 overall and 2-8 in the GPAC. A couple of more games that the Tigers of Doane have played. Down low, easy 2-pointer on the way as Dakota Wesleyan's getting way too many easy opportunities. There's Kirk fighting for the ball. Davis will go on the ground. No travel call. She rolled over, almost doing like a full turnover as Roth throws one up. And it will stick with the Doane Tigers. Unbelievable. I couldn't believe that they let Madison Davis get away with them. She almost banana rolled onto her back and no call at all. That should be a fairly easy one for the ref there. Johnson will throw it up. There's Roth in the corner. They'll only give her a 2 there. She just had her foot on the line, and they'll take it anyway. Doane 8, Dakota Wesleyan 7 here, just under 6:35 left to go. Good defense here by the Doane Tigers, getting this shot clock dwindled all the way down to 10 right now. Kirk's got to do something with it. Looking down low, they won't get it in there. 5 on the shot clock. Pitch finally sees it. She'll give it off. A prayer from the 3-pointer line, no good. And a gathered rebound there. Ashley Teaton in perfect position. Just got to get her defender out of the lane a little bit more. Get herself into there to push her out of the way. .20 seconds, fresh shot clock up again here for Dakota Wesleyan. Kirk, short jumper on the way, that's good. Finding the open spaces here are the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers early on. Tigers have to limit those second chance opportunities. If Dakota Wesleyan hasn't gotten any second chance opportunities, Doane's running away with this right now. Teaton on the left-hand side, faking, finally giving it off to Davis. Davis, no look pass, Roth 3-pointer on the way, good! Sydney Roth for 3. As that Tiger lead for Doane is extended up to 2. Pitch to Kirk, left-hand side, Johnson on it. Right in the high post, short jumper on the way. That'll rattle on in, and is good. That's the weakness you tend to play if you're playing in the zone. You got that high post. If it gets in there, pretty much all options are open at that point. If you've got shooters in the corner, and then right away, if you've got a good shooter right there at the high post, might as well take it, and that's exactly what they do there. Heights, she'll spin her way around, gets it swatted away. That was done there, having none of it. Davis gathers it back for the Doane Tigers, and we're heading the other way. Roth, left-hand side, she'll kind of hesitate, and it looks like they're going to get a hand check. They're going to get that on 24, that's Haley Morg. That's the only first foul here of the game right now, as we're all not at a piece at 11. Some new faces all around for both teams here. For Doane, you have Taylor Perry and Olivia Null checking into the game. Their first appearance here in 2021. Perry throwing it on into Heights. Heights gets the lucky roll to go on in. Tigers shooting it well here to start off, getting those easy buckets right at the rim. Dakota Wesleyan kind of going with a 4-out look, getting periodically somebody into that high post area as Null skies high for the rebound. It's hard to miss her there. That was Jada Campbell in the high post, number 44. She will be a large presence in there today. Kirk gives it off, 3-pointer from the right-hand side. That's good. Ostis buries her first opportunity of the day. That was good from the men's range. Both teams coming out guns a-blazing here from all areas of the court. Teaton picks up her dribble and she's in a little bit of trouble. She'll throw it up for Roth. She barely gathers herself, goes right back to her strong left hand. Not before a foul is called on her way to the rim. Coming back in here for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers, that's going to be Hayden Pitch. And for the Doane University Tigers, that's going to be Hallie Cones into the game now. The Tigers in white will position themselves in a box set up, and Perry tries to throw one up. It'll go into the backcourt, and that's Olivia Null gathering it. A little bit of difficulty getting in there from their out-of-bounds set. That's not usually been too much of an issue. Perry, right-hand side, drives baseline. She'll get a travel called on her. I wasn't quite sure what her decision was going to be made at the time. Davis come on back into the game. She's going to replace Sydney Roth. And as you look at kind of both of these rosters, Dakota Wesleyan filling up their bench and more. They have plenty of options to go on the bench. If you're looking for Doane, you've only got about 3 people that haven't been into the game so far. Right now on your bench, you've got 6 players, but there's nothing in comparison to the depth of Dakota Wesleyan here. We'll see if that plays into fact, but this first game back from break, you might have some legs that are getting a little tired early on. You're not quite used to being in this rhythm after a couple of weeks off due to the holiday and just getting yourself back into rhythm. Kirk, baseline, she'll drive on in, throw it up with the right hand. That's off the mark, no good. Rebound, Campbell, that's in for 2. That's the advantage you got if you're Jada Campbell. Didn't have to jump too high to get that one. Davis stops, gives it off to Teaton. She'll look for the 3, she'll take it. Off the mark, no good. Almost a perfect pass right there to Olivia Null. A little bit too strong to handle though. Pitch, down low, she'll throw it away, and that's gonna be a travel first. You see both teams kind of switching in players on and off. That might be just to get everybody warmed up, get everybody ready to go, as you're gonna hit a full stride here for both squads, especially for Doane, some tougher games coming up on the schedule. Johnson gets it across the timeline. She'll get it off the Null right-hand side. Quick moving are the Tigers in their first set. Teaton driving on in left. Lucky with no travel call. They'll call it off of her anyway. And it's heading the other way. 2:35 left to go here in our first quarter of action. Dakota Wesleyan with a 3-point lead here, 16-13. Men's game coming up here. That tip-off's going to be about 4 o'clock. An intriguing matchup featuring the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers in first place of the GPAC. Pitch, 3-pointer on the way. That's good. If there's anything you've learned here in this first quarter, you cannot leave Hayden Pitch open at all. She gets a steal here the other way. It's her and Johnson. She'll throw one up, and she'll get it to go. An absolute ball hawk is Hayden Pitch as she got the 3 to go, and she'll get another opportunity for a 3-point play right away. Pitch already your leading scorer here in the game with 10 points, as there's going to be a timeout taken right away here by Doane. We'll take a short break right with them. Pitcher go to line here to complete the three-point play. Shot up, shot good. As Hayden Pitch has had herself a night here so far, and that's 11 points here only in the first quarter of play. She could be having close to a career night if she keeps up those numbers. Johnson left-hand side gives it off to Teton. Short jumper on the way, off the back iron, no good. Gathered by Heights, and there'll be a foul in that sequence. They will call it on Pitch. That's her first one of the contest here. As Azalea Johnson gets things ready to go in this offensive set. Lobbing it up to Heights. Back to her. Johnson, three-point on the way. Way off, no good. As you look at some of the totals here as we start to wrap up this first quarter, Doane and Dakota Wesleyan are shooting it very similarly. 50% for both squads, right on the dot from field goal range. And then for three-point range, Dakota Wesleyan 43%, Doane 33%. So it's not like Doane's not shooting it well, they're just not getting those opportunities or getting those shots up. Dakota Wesleyan almost has twice as many shots up as Doane at this point. Team with the right-hand side, she can't do anything with it. She picked up her dribble. Davis Saroth, 15 on the shot clock. Foul inside there. Dakota Wesleyan getting a couple fouls here early on. The next foul will send Doane to the line to shoot a double bonus situation. Dakota Wesleyan has already racked up 4 fouls here in this first quarter. Doane setting it up. Try and drop it on into Heights. They do. Heights one-on-one with Campbell. She'll go with her left hand. She swats it away. Back come the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. Osis right there for the easy layup. Dakota Wesleyan's had their way these last couple of minutes. They're having a 13-0 run over the last 3 minutes. Tigers need a bucket desperately. Team down low. She'll get the layup to go on in. Just what the doctor ordered. Need to break that. Reduce the amount of points that are given on some of these runs. As we're under 45 seconds left to go here in this first quarter. Kirk with it against Johnson. Get somebody in the short. And that's going to be no good. Excuse me, they always get somebody in that high post area. They're getting easy shots here. If they could knock them down, that would be sure to get Doane out of that zone defense. About a 7-second differential on shot clock to game clock. Johnson tries to go in. She'll get a travel called on her. Shot clock will go off here as Dakota Wesleyan, will get a shot at the last shot of this first quarter with 20 seconds on the dot left. Jansky into the game here with just 20 seconds left to go as Kirk dribbles it across the Doane Tiger logo. Eight seconds left. A nice setup there for a three-point opportunity. No good. Jansky will gather. Tigers have an opportunity to get something quick. 2-1. They've got to get it up. Roth doesn't see the clock. She throws it up. No good. As Dakota Wesleyan dominates here in the first quarter, 24-15. As Doane looks to cut into more of that run that Dakota Wesleyan put in. 13-2 they end with over the last 4 minutes and 20 seconds. We'll take a break and be ready for the second quarter. No basketball here to start our second quarter of action. Tigers need to come out, get an offensive set, get an easy bucket. They tried to do with the layup there. Looks like it was thrown right off of a leg. No kick there as it's being thrown off of somebody's leg and not kicked. Dakota Wesleyan in some of that same set. They do call it a play here, and Kirk will handle the point guard duties. A little bit of a weave action there. Campbell left wide alone, three-pointer. She'll take it. She'll miss it, though, as that one's going to be battled around. Pack in the hands of Dakota Wesleyan. There's Campbell to put it on in for two. Just looked like the Doane Tigers were kind of out of sorts there. They had initially, they're going to let Campbell shoot the three-pointer. Another second chance opportunity, and that just totally threw them for a loop. Olivia Nall with it. She'll give it off to Madison Davis. Cross-court pass. There's Jansky. Three-point on the way. Short. Dakota Wesleyan just getting the rebounds when they need him here early on. Pitch, looked at the three, she won't take it. She'll give it back to Kirk with 14 on the shot clock. Campbell, corner shot three on the way. Off the mark, no good, but there was Kirk left all alone, not even a Doane Tiger within 10 feet of her. Battled around there. There's going to be finally Madison Davis getting it. But right now, you're just not getting a hat on a hat there. There was no one on Kirk to even try and make her path a little bit difficult to get that rebound. Be a foul call there. There's going to be Reagan Nicholas coming into the game. That'll give Haley Heights a much-needed break. .22 on the shot clock here as Davis takes it out for the Doane Tigers. Davis looking. This set's kind of giving them some troubles getting it early on, getting it in early and just getting something rolling. Roth trying to make something out of nothing, and that's going to go nowhere. Pitch quickly makes her way down there, but there's Campbell for the second chance opportunity that goes on in. Something needs to be kind of tinkered with on that out of bounds play. They've ran that a couple of times. Jansky almost passed that to herself. They're not going to call a travel there. A nice little break. There's Roth down low. She gets herself into a little bit of trouble. That's going to be a jump ball. And that will hand Dakota Wesleyan the ball right on back as we go right under 8 minutes. Davis, Nall, Johnson, Teton, and Nicholas all in the court right now. A little bit of your smaller lineup as you look for the Doane Tigers right now. Need to make sure you've got that in check. Get a body on those rebounds. Make sure you've got a secure box out. Limit those second chance opportunities. Kirk, they won't need a second chance opportunity there with the two-pointer. As Dakota Wesleyan, just in a blink of an eye, is doubled up Doane 30-15. Teton with the top. She'll look to get that screen from Nicholas. Denies it. Johnson, left hand, throws one up. That's going to be no good. Tigers just not taking quality shots right now. Pitch. She'll wisely let Nall go on through. And Coach Baumgartner's just got a look in frustration right now. Dakota Wesleyan perfect from their last three opportunities. They have made all three of them. Teton down low. She might be in the... She's right on that line. They might call it 3 second. They will. Her foot was just barely inside the paint there, and she had sat there for at least a good 5 seconds, and they'll just give her the 3 second call anyway. As Dakota Wesleyan sets up their set, they do call out pitch. I'm not sure if anything to do with it. Pitch herself. They won't give it to her, but eventually they will. Three-pointer top of the key on the way short. Another offensive rebound for Dakota Wesleyan. Three-pointers galore here as that one finally will go out of bounds. As we start to look at some of these stats that are really starting to take a toll on the Doane Tigers, doubling up again as Dakota Wesleyan in the rebound category. That's offensive and defensive. They have 20 total compared to Doane's 10, and the points off turnovers, Dakota Wesleyan has a 10-point difference there with 14 points for the Tigers in blue and just 4 for Doane. As Davis takes one in and will finally be fouled, and that was a hard one to the ground. Davis go to line to shoot 2 here to look to get the Tigers in white on the right track on the offensive end. Shot up, shot good by Davis. One more coming. Second shot on the way is good. As Sydney Roth will come on and replace Olivia Null. As you look at some of the quality of Doane's possessions, they've got it in the right place that they want to, but they've had some, about the last 3 or 4 shots have been kind of runners. They haven't been set shots. Those are the kind of shots that you can take anytime you want. But in a game where you're so far behind, you do not need to take those, as there's a 3-pointer knocked down. As Dakota Wesleyan laying it on thick here from the Haddock Center. Push going to be called on Dakota Wesleyan. That's going to be their 4th here in this first half, and that may be your saving grace if you're a Doane Tiger fan, as one more sends the Tigers to the line to shoot a double bonus situation. Doane does not have any fouls in this game right now. As they've seen their percentages slowly take a steep decline. Doane shooting 39% from field goal range, 47% for Dakota Wesleyan. From three-point land, the Tigers haven't really got any off. Only 4 opportunities from three-point land, and they're 1 of 4 of 25%, and Dakota Wesleyan's at 33%. Just the number of shots, Doane has not really put up that many shots here tonight. Jump ball situation will be in the hands of the Doane Tigers. But they've got to make quick work. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Davis looking to get it on end. She'll throw a risky pass into Sydney Roth. Just take the easy pass there. You had Ashley Teaton open for a second. Teaton will get it off right-hand side. She's got to make quick work. Davis, 4 on the shot clock, gives it off to Johnson. 3-pointer on the right-hand side. Off the mark. Into the hands of Pitch. Kirk the other way. Heat check, 3 on the way, no good. Should have been a push off there by Dakota Wesleyan. They won't get a call. Battle for it down low. We'll stay with the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. We switch jump balls on both those situations down the court. 5:15 left to go, 35-17. Dakota Wesleyan has a firm grip here in this game tonight. Kirk looking, finally get it off the pitch with 12 on the shot clock. Dump down low there to Campbell. Campbell put it up, and now it's a little bit too easy. 20-point advantage here for Dakota Wesleyan as we hit that 5-minute mark. Tigers got to switch it up, something offensively. They got to get some more shots up. You don't even mind some 3-pointers at this point if they're kick out or easy ones.
Second personal foul, 14th foul, number 24, Haley Moore returns.
As I was wrong on the foul situation, it will now be 4 fouls for Dakota Wesleyan. Doane still with 0, so double bonus coming up for Doane if Dakota Wesleyan does commit another foul. Teaton, shot up, shot good. That's just a 2 though. Foot was just about an inch off that 3-point line, and they'll catch it right off the mark. Dakota Wesleyan whipping it around the perimeter here. They'll give it off the pitch again. High post, short jumper on the way. Rebounded by Johnson. A welcome sight there if you're a Doane Tiger fan. 1 shot, 1 rebound, heads the other way. As you'll see some of Dakota Wesleyan's taller players come into the game now. One-handed pass, that's going to be stripped away by Asley Johnson. A heads-up play by Asley Johnson, and she'll go to the line to shoot 2. If she did not get her hand up there, Kirk was throwing it to a cut, about 2 or 3 wide open Dakota Wesleyan Tigers for an easy layup the other way. That's just a heads-up play by Asley Johnson. Johnson gathers, throws up the first shot off the mark, no good. 37-19. Johnson looking to make this 20 points for the Tigers. As Lee shot off the mark, no good. She'll go for 2 from the free throw line. 4:11 left to go here in our first half of action as Dakota Wesleyan has come out and dominated the boards and dominated those second chance opportunities. As there's a shot up and a gather by Haley Heights. You saw in that possession, there's a lot more bodies in a good box out position as Doane commits a turnover there. I'm sure that was one of the points on the timeouts by Coach Baumgartner, just to tell his ladies it's pretty simple at this point. They're not making a ton of shots, they're just getting the extra rebounds, which leads to another shot. As Dakota Wesleyan gets set up here, Doane going to still stick in their 3-2 matchup zone look. It's been somewhat effective until it gets right inside just like that. Left-handed layup there. As Dunn gets it to go with her left hand. Roth trying to answer right on back with a quick 3. That won't go. Quick possession the other way, no one. Back for Doane, and Pitch is going to take it in for an easy layup the other way. And that's going to cause there to be another timeout as Dakota Wesleyan is laying it on thick here from the Haddock Center. 41-19, Dakota Wesleyan taking the lead here with 3:18 left to go in our first half. We'll be right back. Out of the timeout here, Doane will have the basketball, but they have got to make up some ground here with 3:15 left to go in our first half. Get a little bit of momentum rolling into halftime to at least give you a fighting chance. Johnson, wide open opportunity right down low to Davis. Davis didn't get the correct angle, but Doane will get it right back. Fresh 20 on the shot clock with 3:04 left to go. Line setup. A different setup this time. We saw Doane get a little bit rattled by that first opportunity and that first setup here. But this almost was in the hands of Dakota Wesleyan down low. Johnson just barely saves it for Null, and this is just kind of not going Doane's way in any sense in this game right now. Kirk to Pitch. She'll drive on in, dish it on out. Top of the key, 3-point on the way. And that's good. Dakota Wesleyan having their way right now. 7-0 run over the last minute. 12-2 run over the last 3 minutes and 25 seconds. And all down low, ball on the ground. And that's going to be in the hands of the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. Kurt calling her own number. Layup on the way is good. And the bench having fun with this one as they're up 46-19. As she calls her out of bounds here, which is Hallie Cones, which is a really interesting call. We've got the bird's eye view here, and it looked like she had about 2 to 3 inches behind her back foot. Again, she does have white shoes with the white out of bounds line, but I'm not so certain that that was out of bounds. Tigers and Blues still have it here down low. There's a short jumper on the way. Off the mark, no good. Campbell fights for the rebound and gets it herself. And that should be just a 2-pointer on the way, 48-19. As this has slipped away from the Tigers in orange here today. Again, you know, you look at some of these shots that are going in for Dakota Wesleyan, the biggest thing is just the amount of shots put up. As you look at total, not even percentage-wise, just total number of shots put up, Dakota Wesleyan has put up 46 shots here tonight. Doane, on the other end, has only put up 23. So they're doubling them up percentage-wise, but they're also doubling up how many shots they put up. You put up more shots, you're going to get more points. That's just kind of basic math at that point as pitch gets the short jumper to go. As you kind of come out of this halftime, you might try to look at switching up your defensive approach. This zone, it did work in that first half. It was a close half. Doane was right in it there, but now it's sort of just kind of gotten out of control. It's Dakota Wesleyan's having anything they want. Kirk, short jumper on the way, no good. But they've gotten into the heart of the defense. They've kicked out and got wide open threes. It's kind of been whatever pickings you want to do. Teaton with it on the short side there, giving off to Perry. She thought about the three, won't take it. Crossover dribble, she'll throw up a little bit of a lofty shot as Dakota Wesleyan can hold it on up for one shot. And just a friendly reminder, this Dakota Wesleyan squad is 8th in the GPAC. Not much difference between them and Doane, but they are having their way here tonight. Pitch, she'll drive on in, put up a floater. That's battered around. They're going to call Hallie Combs with the foul there. 1.2 left to go. With a 31-point difference here in our first half, and that just kind of takes the wind out of your sails here in this game going into halftime. Shot up, shot good by Pitch. And she looks to make it a 33-point lead here for Dakota Wesleyan, and she will. Tigers will likely just inbound it and head off to halftime. Perry will throw up a prayer. It won't go on in though. Dakota Wesleyan, my goodness, comes down from Mitchell, South Dakota and takes it out on the Doane Tigers here today. 52-19 as we head into halftime, as Doane has got a long half in front of them. We'll pass along some halftime stats as we get them. Stick with us. You're on the Doane Sports Network. As we pass along some stats here from our first half of action, Dakota Wesleyan controlling here tonight, 52-19. For Dakota Wesleyan, your leading scorer is Hayden Pitch. She's having herself a night from all areas of the court. She's got 19 points here for Dakota Wesleyan. Trailing right behind her is going to be Jada Campbell with 8 points. For Doane, their 19 points were coming from Sydney Roth with 7 and Haley Heights with 6. Total field goal percentage for Dakota Wesleyan was at 45% compared to Doane's 32%. Dakota Wesleyan shot 27% from three-point range as Doane shot 16%. Dakota Wesleyan was perfect from the free throw line, 100%, and Doane with just 50%. As we start to look at some of those individual kind of columns that we're seeing here for a rebounding situation, Dakota Wesleyan dominating that, almost doubling up Doane with 29 rebounds compared to Doane's 15. And then the turnovers, that's just been a kind of a reoccurring occurrence for Doane this year. 15 turnovers compared to Dakota Wesleyan's 4, and that's where we start to see the switch in this game. The points off for turnovers for Dakota Wesleyan at 25 compared to Doane's 4, and then points in the paint. Campbell's been a huge one in the paint, but they've also gotten it from all areas and anyone on that roster. 26 points in the paint for Dakota Wesleyan compared to Doane's 8. So Doane's got a lot of things to kind of niche up over this season, but really at this point being 52-19, it's going to be kind of a gut check here for Doane coming in the second half to see where they're really at. The first game of 2021, I understand it's a little bit rough to get into that new stretch of things, but this could really set the tone for the rest of the way here. You got games coming up against Morningside, Briarcliff, Hastings, all games that you need to be close in, to get a couple of wins in too. And it's going to be a little bit of a rough go here in the second half. You're going to see what kind of defensive strategies are in play, what kind of offensive things are going to switch up. It'll be super interesting to see as we've got about 9 minutes left to go here in our halftime. So we'll take a break and be ready to go for our second half of action. You're on the Doane Sports Network. As we're getting ready to start our third quarter of action here, Dakota Wesleyan coming out of halftime here, controlling it 52-19, excuse me. Tigers going to keep their original lineup
To begin the second half,
from the beginning of our first half here with Davis, Johnson, Heights, Roth, and Teton. Interested to see what adjustments have been made here. Tigers coming out of set. They've got Heights down low. Good mismatch. Or excuse me, that's going to be Roth down low. She'll get the second chance opportunity and get a three-point play to come on over. One more coming for Sydney Roth. A great start to the second half for the Tigers. Getting down low, finding a mismatch. And Sydney Roth is going to get one more opportunity. Shot up, shot good. And a three-point play to start up the second half is exactly what you wanted. Dakota Wesleyan going to go ahead and set up their own. Tigers have switched up defensively, though. They are going to stay and get in a man-to-man set there. There's Campbell down low. All they did was exchange those two forwards. He had Davis and Heights, and they got it on Davis there, and that was just a huge mismatch. So both teams kind of going with the same approach down low. Heights, she'll spin her way down low, get an easy two to go. Haley Heights with authority on up. Good back-to-back possessions for the Doane Tigers. Off to the left-hand side here goes Dakota Wesleyan. They've got Campbell down low. She's wide open. Nice swat away by Teton, or else that would have been an easy bucket for Campbell. Pitch, corner three on the way. Off the mark, no good. Gathered by Ashley Teton. Here come the Doane Tigers the other way. Davis with it. Slowly makes her way up and wants to make sure I know exactly where it's going. Davis. Off to Johnson. Johnson down low. Spins her way around. She'll get it off to Haley Heights. Short jumper on the way. Just rattles on out. No good. Johnson lucky to not get a cheap one there. Hostas gives the pitch at the top of the key here. 19 on the shot clock. Down low, Roth battling around with it. But that leaves pitch in the corner wide open for three. She won't get it there, but it will be back in Dakota Wesleyan's possession. Top of the head here, double screen situation up top for Kirk. 10 on the shot clock. A little bit of a Euro step, short jumper on the way, no good. And there's gonna be Campbell right there, lucky to get it to go on in, and she'll get a chance at a three-point play here. Foul was called, but it was tipped in the air, and the weirdest spin somehow got it to go on in. Shot up, no good, off the back of the iron. Davis fighting for it, and she'll get it to go. Wisely slows herself up. That was a 2-on-4 situation. Numbers not in your favor at all. Johnson off the Roth. Whipped around. Good ball movement across for the Doane Tigers. Down low, that's going to be Johnson streaking. Good look by Haley Heights. Just wasn't the right angle to get it to her. 56-24, 7:38 left to go. Pitch, going to go ahead and get it done. She'll get the foul called before the shot. Pushing the back. That'll be on Sydney Roth. That's the second foul of the quarter here for Doane. Just one for Dakota Wesleyan. Pitch with it, gives it off to Campbell. Looks like they're going to try and set up something for pitch here. They will. Pitch right in the heart. A big lob down low for Campbell. Just a reverse layup. And that's something you cannot get very often, as Dakota Wesleyan calls a timeout, takes advantage. 58-24, 7:21 left to go here in our third quarter. Stick with us. You're on the Doane Sports Network. $7:21 left to go here in our third quarter of action. Dakota Wesleyan still clinging to a large advantage here, 2:24. Davis with the ball. Jogs her way up the court across the logo. Set up for Teton there, but Kirk was right in the passing lane. Kirk against Teton one-on-one. She'll slide herself on back, give it off to Ostis. Blocked away by Azalee Johnson. You could see that coming from about 4 or 5 steps in front. Ostis has kind of a slower shot release, and Azalee Johnson right there taking advantage of it. 3 new Dakota Wesleyan Tigers coming into the game as we speak. Kirk throws her body on the ground. She'll be kind of clothesline with a couple of legs there. Looks like it was Johnson and Roth there, but they think they will get Azalee Johnson there.
3 new Tigers for Dakota Wesleyan in the lineup. For Doan, number 20, Olivia Nall.
Olivia Nall going to come into the game. Dakota Wesleyan with it here. 3 new Tigers in blue. Right now, still a lot of size there on the court as it's going to be swiped away by Davis. That one's flailing in the air, finally gathered by Teton. Teton makes her way across. One thing you notice about Dakota Wesleyan here in the second half, they are getting way up in the passing lanes as Teton tries to throw one up. Won't be good. Kirk with it the other way as they've gotten some turnovers here early on. Makes it pretty difficult to get your offense started. If you've got the defense playing so high up in your passing lanes, you've got to get people cutting to the rim, getting backdoor cuts away from them to hopefully get that pressure to go away just a little bit. 3-pointer on the way, that's off the mark, air ball. Kirk right there for the perfect pass for 2. Just like they drew it up. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good in those situations. Cross-court pass to Azalee Johnson. Johnson tried to get it to Heights, and there was done right in the way. Some of these passes are almost anticipating somebody being open at the time, but when the time comes, it's not even open at all. Just like that situation with Johnson there. Heights was open for a short amount of time. You thought that she would maybe get her body in position a little bit better, but that was just a pretty easy bounce pass into a defender right there. Teton trying to get rid of the ball, gives it off to Heights on the right-hand side. 12 on the shot clock. Heights ducks down low to Davis. She'll be fouled on the way there and get 2 to go. Great ball movement. Great for Davis to get to the bucket without the ball in her hands as Reagan Nicholas comes on in, and she's going to replace Haley Heights.
Free throws for number 3, Madison Davis.
Davis going to line here for 2 shots. Shut up, shot good. As Doan is up to 25 points here. And the second shot is good for Davis, so she goes 2 for 2 from the line. Dakota Wesleyan wasting no time getting into their offensive set. Pitch, left-hand side, your leading scorer here in that first half. She can hit it from anywhere on the court. Corner there. Good defensive stand by Doan as there's going to be a steal away. Numbers on the way here. There's going to be Nolan Davis. Davis going to go in for the layup, and she's got it to go. Great possession the other way by Davis and Nall, exchanging passes, getting the easy one to go. Wasting down that shot clock, forcing Dakota Wesleyan into a tough pass or shot. That's exactly what you're looking for. Again, down low, there's Teton. There's a corner 3 on the way. She's stepping out of bounds. Wasn't quite sure where she was, and she stepped right on the out of bounds line. That was going to be Embury, excuse me. As I see a couple of different Tigers come into here. That's Bailey Bach in, and she inbounds it to Madison Davis. Davis off to Roth, left-hand side. No, a starter throughout most of the season. Did not start here by getting a ton of minutes today. Davis right on in for the layup. And that'll be two. Davis has come up big here in the second half. She's got her point total up to 8 points here with a 6-0 run. That's been led all by her. Moving around the perimeter is Dakota Wesleyan. They'll take the short jumper. The 15-footer is good. As there's going to be a wholesale line change in coming in for Dakota Wesleyan. 5 new Tigers in blue coming in, 1 for Doane. Down low, that's Bach. She had it battered around, kind of going off of her and another defender. They'll give the possession to Dakota Wesleyan. Taylor Perry in for the Doane Tigers now. (64-30) Dakota Wesleyan with a 34-point advantage here in our second half of action. Thanks for sticking on with us here on the Doane Sports Network on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Crete, Nebraska. Battered around, 12 on the shot clock for Dakota Wesleyan. There's Kirk at the top. Passing around, that's going to be Campbell. She's off the mark, no good. Battle for the rebound is finally controlled by Kirk. Hostas, 3 on the way. Buried. Rose with it, down low to Nicholas. She'll look. She'll get it off to Perry with a long, lengthy pass. Perry was set up to go ahead and take a 3-point shot if she had it. Perry gets a screen from Nicholas and a little bit off the mark with Bailey Bach, and that one's out of bounds. Just some miscommunication. You've got different players on the court right now, but just some miscommunication about where people are, and that might be just kind of a difference between playing on the court with some of these people that you figure out where they're going to be. There's certain tendencies. So you're getting some new faces on the court right now as the layup goes in for Dakota Wesleyan. And that might be just some of the troubles you're seeing right here for Doane. Olivia Nall going to go right into the heart of the defense, but that's swatted away by Campbell. Man, is she a force on defense and an absolute terror on offense as well. Play being called out by Dakota Wesleyan's coach here as they get it set up with 15 on the shot clock. Battered around, a couple of double screens heading their way. Short jumper on the way. No good. Battle for it will be in the hands of Dakota Wesleyan. 1:55 left to go here in our third quarter of action. Dakota Wesleyan right back, answering to Doane's 6-0 run with a 7-0 run themselves over the last 2 minutes. Lob up pretty easy to Campbell there, and she takes a short jumper and buries it. Campbell, the junior out of Alexandria, South Dakota. Tigers will still have to handle her for one more year, but she has come up big here tonight. Lob pass finally given around by Davis. She'll go in and she'll get one more to come. Another 3-point opportunity for Madison Davis coming here as she has provided a definite spark here in the second half. She's got 10 points right now, looking to make it 11.
Shooting one, number 3, Madison Davis.
Shot up, shot good by Davis. As it's always kind of funny to look back. Davis was a transfer in from the University of Nebraska, Omaha. Did not play there, but this is her first year in a Tiger uniform, and she has provided a ton of spark for this offense and this team in general. She's come up big on the defensive end, getting some steals and providing some new presence in as Ostis goes ahead and drains another 3-pointer. It's going to be battered around, back in the hands of Dakota Wesleyan, and that's Davis right there. Pair of Tigers coming in now. That's going to be Ashley Teaton and Hallie Cones. As much of your starting roster is still on the court here for Doane. Davis looking. This is a tough offensive set to get anything in, as there's going to be a push. Foul situation here. That's Dakota Wesleyan's fourth. With a minute left, you probably won't see Doan go to line to shoot a double bonus situation. Doan just with 3 fouls. You definitely will not see them get that up to 5. Davis with it again, barely getting this one in. Gives off to Hallie Cohn. She tries to throw it away. That's going to be done right there to reject it the other way. Ostis with it, giving it off to the corner. 35 on the game clock, 15 on the shot clock. Pitch, corner. And that's about the 3rd time today we've seen somebody step out of bounds in that exact position. I don't think it's any different from any other spot on the court, but I can definitely recall that that's the 3rd time here tonight that somebody stepped out of bounds there. Johnson handing it off over to Null. A little bit of a weave action here to kind of drain this clock on down. Cones gonna get off to Johnson, 17. There's only about a 1 second differential between shot clock and game clock. And now the shot clock will go off. Dakota Wesleyan will stop it on up, trying to get the last shot here tonight. And there's another step out of bounds. I don't know if they need to put like some highlighter tape or something in that corner, maybe like a caution cone, because that is a trap that Doan and Dakota Wesleyan have both fallen into here tonight. As Johnson shot up on the way and no good. 74-33 here in our 3rd quarter. We'll be back with our 4th quarter of action. Stick with us. As we get ready to start our 4th quarter off here, it's going to be Dakota Wesleyan ball. Guards exchanging themselves, trying to almost get over. To me, it looked like they're trying to get a flare screen for pitch, won't get it there. Teaton, she'll drive on in against Campbell. She's going to try to fake her way across. Campbell won't take it on in. She has swatted away about 4 or 5 balls of Doan's here tonight, as there's going to be swatted away. Campbell lucky not to get a reach-in call there. As we take a look at our 3rd quarter stats up to this point, leading scorer for Dakota Wesleyan is going to be Hayden Pitch with 19, 16 for J.D. Campbell, and 11 for Ostis. 3-pointer again for Pitch, and that one's rattled around in the hands of Johnson. For Doan, your leading scorer right now is Madison Davis with 11 and Sydney Roth with 10. Biggest thing, 2 sections that we kind of look at from each game: points in the paint, points off turnovers. As Haley Heights power dribbles down low, will get fouled, go to line. Points in the paint for Dakota Wesleyan, 38 points compared to Doan's 18, a 20-point difference there. And then points off a turnover is going to be 34 points for Dakota Wesleyan and 8 for Doan. Those 2 stats alone, an area we've kind of seen a trend in here for a majority of the year, but not as big of a difference as we've seen here today. Shot up, shot good by Heights. 40-point advantage for Dakota Wesleyan. Second free throw's good. Haley knocks both of them through. Play being called out here for Dakota Wesleyan as they can kind of string this one out here tonight if they so choose to, but you won't see Dakota Wesleyan do that. Movement away, there's height. Roth tipping it away. It's going to be in the hands of Olivia Nall. She's going to go ahead and take it in herself. She's one-on-one against Kirk. Kirk almost wins that battle, but it goes out of bounds. Good drive to the hoop by Olivia. Got to get something rolling. This is about the third different out-of-bounds play you've seen Doane complete here tonight. Davis, she looks at it. That's going to be a two-pointer, though. Foot on the line. And she has really got it going on here tonight. Three-point on the way. Pitch trying to get herself rolling again. She hasn't had a point here in the second half of action. She's gone a little bit cold. If anything, that's a bonus you can take away here tonight if you're a Doane fan. Roth along the left-hand side, try to get it to Heights. That was a little bit too easy of a pass to tailor up if you're Dakota Wesleyan on defense. Jump ball situation here will be in Doane's hands. As we start to look forward here for the rest of our schedule of 2021, which we are already halfway through the season, which is crazy. On Wednesday, the Tigers will take on Morningside here. It's going to be 6 o'clock tip-off here on the Doane Sports Network. And then they hit the road on the 9th to take on Briarcliff, looking to get a little bit of revenge on Briarcliff after that last game of 2020. A very controversial win for Briarcliff of 1 point. Pitch throws one up, and she'll go to the line to shoot two. Pitch gets the first one to go. She's got her total all the way up to 20 points here tonight. Second one on the way for Pitch is good. Perry and Teaton in the backcourt get it across the timeline as Perry will get the offense started. Perry in a bad position, gives it off to Haley Heights, and that's going to be a foul on the floor. I believe they might get Campbell there. Not a ton of foul trouble here as we look across the board. The only one that for Doane you kind of look at is going to be Ashley Teaton. She's got 3 fouls. All the rest are 2 or lower. And for Dakota Wesleyan, the same thing. Jada Campbell's only got 2, though. As it's going to be a little bit late. If you're trying to get an advantage down low, it's not going to really happen tonight. Kirk will set up the offense and give it off to Pitch. Ossis looking, gives it off to Kirk, right-hand side. Forwards kind of exchanging themselves down low as we approach 9 on the shot clock. Pitch is going to have to make something up here. 5 on the shot clock, she'll look. She'll drive, and she'll put it up for 2. Nice sequence there by Pitch to get something going. Nice drive to the hoop and a finish. Perry, corner, gives it off to Olivia Nall. She's going to get down low to Heights. Heights tries to square up, but is being hassled up top by Jada Campbell. 10 on the shot clock for the Tigers now in white. Teaton down low, takes a step, but she's going to be stripped right into the hands of Hayden Pitch. Pitch whipping around on the Tigers, and there's finally a rebound down for Doane. 6:10 left to go here in our contest here today as Coach Baumgartner wants to talk to his ladies. 78-37, Dakota Wesleyan is leading here tonight. Stick with us. You're on the Doane Sports Network. Davis going to go ahead and take it out of bounds for the Doane Tigers, giving on to Haley Heights on the right-hand side. 6 minutes left to go. Looking to stop this Dakota Wesleyan attack on offense. No, she'll line herself up for three. That's good. Olivia Null buries the three-pointer. As they only call it a 2 there. I thought she was good. It looked really good from three-point range. I'm not sure that that's a 2. We might have to go and visit that one up again. Coach Bobner kind of laughs at himself for kind of shaking his head like, well, is it really going to make a difference at this point? But stat line-wise, you would love to see it. Perry, her 3 off the mark, gathered by Johnson. Johnson whipping it back over to Perry. She looked for Null again. Oh, really good shooter here as a freshman, and she just kind of gets called for the double dribble there. Wholesale lines change here for Dakota Wesleyan as they get a front of 5. As Dakota Wesleyan brings it up slowly across the timeline. Whipping it across there is going to be Hostis, and she's going to go ahead and travel with it here. As we approach the 5-minute mark here in the fourth quarter, Dakota Wesleyan 78, Doane 39. As we kind of revisit some stats that we looked at the beginning of our contest here tonight. Dakota Wesleyan sitting at 8th in the GPAC. Doane sitting at 10th out of 12 teams in the GPAC, so Doane will just fall ever so slightly down below there. Johnson gets a layup to go on in. This will be the last time these two teams play each other, as they played before 2020 home and away series. This will be the last time these two see each other unless it's in GPAC tournament play. As Davis tries to swat that one away, won't get it at the time. Kirk with it down low. Whip on over. Good ball movement here by Dakota Wesleyan to get it on in. There's Johnson down low. Lucky bucket. And that's kind of the way that tonight's gone for Dakota Wesleyan. If there's ever been a doubt, it's gone in. .39 advantage here for Dakota Wesleyan as they've controlled it here all night. Johnson, she'll look at the 3, won't take it. She'll shuffle her feet real quickly though, and she'll be called for the travel.
For Doane, number 25, Hallie Combs.
Hallie Combs coming back in for Haley Heights. It looks like Kate Jansky's also going to be subbing in here. And at the next dead ball foul. Only Tiger, we kind of look at the bench right now, and the only Tiger that we haven't seen in here tonight is going to be Kyla Miller. Kyla Miller is on the bench in some travel gear, so she will not make an appearance at any point this evening. Short jumper on the way, battered around here by multiple Tigers. No shot clock. Realignment there as it did not hit the rim. Finally gathered by Doane with 3:40 left to go. For the game, Dakota Wesleyan shooting 46%, Doane with 38. You know, we keep revisiting this. Dakota Wesleyan's just put up more shots here tonight. You know, you look at the field goal percentage, and Doane hasn't shot it very well. 3-point percentage-wise, Dakota Wesleyan's only up by 3%. The biggest thing is just the total number of shots put up. Dakota Wesleyan's put up 74 shots. Doane has only put up 42. You pair that with Dakota Wesleyan's doubling up Doane in turnovers, points off of turnovers, and rebounds. I mean, it's a no-brainer why the score is what it is right now. Weave action there, kind of running into each other. The Tigers in white. Jansky in trouble in the corner. She'll get off to Hallie Cones. She's got to make quick work. Cones throws up a prayer, and it won't quite go in.
Wholesale lineup changes for Dakota Wesleyan.
Another 5 in, another 5 out for Dakota Wesleyan, and what a nice problem to have if you're Dakota Wesleyan, to put 5 in and 5 out and really not blink an eye if you're the head coach there. Pitch will drive it on right. She's got Davis all over her. She'll look. She almost thought about taking the three-pointer. Won't take it for the moment being. Asley Johnson strips it away and will take it with the Tigers now. Johnson throws one up. A little bit too strong for the time being. Won't go in. Johnson not going to be called for the foul there, though. Moving left to right, finally giving out. Three-pointer line up for Dakota Wesleyan, no good. As Madison Davis takes it here with 2:25 to go. Cones off to Davis. Jansky, corner three on the way, no good. As we kind of exchange some misses here. Tigers haven't made a shot here in the last 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Neither have Dakota Wesleyan, though. 2 minutes and 15 seconds since their last bucket. Looking to change that's done, and she will not. Another 5 in for Dakota Wesleyan as the starters take a seat for tonight, as they have put in their fair share of work to get the score to what it is right now. Davis driving in. There's Holly Cones and Asley Johnson kind of running into each other in the corner. Fight for the rebound is going to be Kate Jansky coming up with it. Olivia Nall goes up with it, and she'll go to the line to shoot two. Good hustle there by Kate Jansky to get the rebound, to get the second chance opportunity. Taylor Perry and Bailey Bach in for the Doane Tigers. 5 in, 5 out for Dakota Wesleyan.
2 shots.
Shot off the mark, no good for Olivia Nall. She'll get one more coming. Olivia Nall lines herself up, fires one off, and it's good. Tigers 42 of Doane, Dakota Wesleyan 80. As we approach 1.5 left to go here from the Haddock Center. Dakota Wesleyan getting some reserves in for some quality time here in 2021. Three-pointer on the way, off the mark, no good. Battered around, Taylor Perry trying to fight for it. Won't get it there, as that one's going to be out of bounds. Taylor Perry with it, going to go ahead and start off the offensive set here, as both teams are just kind of stringing this one out here tonight, as Dakota Wesleyan has held on to this one since the second quarter. Back and forth game in the first quarter. Weren't sure where this game was going at that point. As Jansky misses that one, Olivia Nall with it. Won't get it to go either. And then they just started to turn on the burners for Dakota Wesleyan. They started hitting some shots, forcing some turnovers. And really the biggest thing was those second chance rebound opportunities. Those turned into points fairly quickly. And that was the key difference in this game. You were calling that first half, Doane was in a zone look, which in the beginning it was forcing Dakota Wesleyan to hit some shots from the outside, and then as the game got rolling, they were getting somebody in the high post, which really opened things up offensively. They were ducking people down low, they were kicking it to the corners, and then overall the person at the high post was just hitting some key shots, and Doane didn't switch out of it until the second half, when it was at that point pretty much too late. As we got 31 seconds left here in our contest, Dakota Wesleyan with an 11-second differential between shot clock and game clock. Corner shot on the way for Dakota Wesleyan. That's off the mark, no good. They'll go ahead and keep it with them if they want to take the last shot. Allie Cones gathers here with 8 seconds left to go. Cones will give it off to Perry. She'll line herself up. She'll throw up a three-pointer, and she will not get it to go here. As Dakota Wesleyan wins the contest here today in GPAC ladies action, 80-42. We'll be back with some post-game stats, to wrap things up from the Haddock Center. Some post-game stats to pass along to you here tonight as we wrap up ladies action. Dakota Wesleyan winning here tonight pretty easily, 80-42 over Doane. For Dakota Wesleyan, your leading scorer is going to be Hayden Pitch with 23 points, followed behind with Jada Campbell with 16 and Ren Ostis with 11. For Doane, your leading scorer is Madison Davis with 13, followed closely behind with 10 apiece for Haley Heights and Sydney Roth. For the game, Dakota Wesleyan shot 43% from field goal range compared to Doane's 33%. Field goal or 3-point percentage, Dakota Wesleyan shooting 25 and Doane just with 9%. Not a statistic you like seeing if you're a Doane fan there. And free throw wise, Dakota Wesleyan shooting 83% compared to Doane's 75%. We've kind of harped on it all night, but those points off turnovers, Dakota Wesleyan with 36, Doane with just 12, and then points in the paint, a 22-point difference as Dakota Wesleyan wins that category as well. So Tigers of Doane got some things to fix, but a good win for Dakota Wesleyan nonetheless. As we bring you men's action here in about 27 minutes, it's sure to be a good one here. Two teams that have battled it out with a 5-point differential coming in the last time that they met up. We'll have Doane and Dakota Wesleyan men here in 25 minutes. Stick with us.
the 6'2 sophomore from Emory, South Dakota, number 21, Sawyer Schultz. The head coach for Dakota Wesleyan is Matt Wilbur. Senior from Omaha North, number 3, Anthony Larrabee. A 6'1 senior from Lenexa, Kansas, number 5, Zach Withers. 6'3 junior from Lincoln, Pius at 10th, number 21, Joe Burt. 6'4 senior from Millard South, number 22, Jackson Hari. And a 6'6 junior from Scribner, number 33, Ben Moxness. The head coach for Doan is Ian McKeithen.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on in to the Haddock Center here on the campus of Doan University for today's matchup featuring the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers and your home team, Doan University Tigers. The Battle of the Tigers here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Tate Mazur behind the mic here, ready for a fantastic G-Pack matchup. These two teams very familiar with each other. Last time that they met up, it was a 5-point differential with Dakota Wesleyan going and taking that one. Last time a close matchup. Look to see for another one here tonight, and a huge addition for Doan here, who has missed out since the last couple of games to start off the whole regular season, is now here at 2021 as Ben Moxness, their leading scorer for Doan at the beginning of the year. Excited to see what he can do against this Tigers in blue of Dakota Wesleyan here tonight. Withers takes it off, gives it off to Moxness. A little bit of a weave action to start off the game for the Tigers. Joe Burt stuck a little bit, gives it off to Jackson Hari. 10 on the shot clock. He'll take the short 15-footer, and that's off the mark. No good. A long, lengthy roster for Dakota Wesleyan with a ton of size on any side of the court you want to stretch it. Layup down low, a little bit too strong there. That shook with the miss. Got to get Larrabee and Moxness rolling on early on in this game. Larrabee with it, he'll get a screen from Moxness, going left against Harden. Larrabee streaking the hoop, gets the 2 to go. Great move by Anthony to the bucket, finishes with the right hand for 2. Harden, he'll go ahead and take his own and take the 3 with it. Smooth move there by Nick to get the 3 to get the first lead of this game for Dakota Wesleyan. Exchange in between the 2 guards. They'll finally give it off to Moxness. He'll drive right, pick it on up. Larrabee, he'll give it to Moxness for his first bucket. That's off the mark, no good. Hari trying to fight for it. Into the hands of the Tigers in blue here today. That should be a travel, no call whatsoever, my goodness. Down low, 2-pointer, that'll go on in. That's Mason Larson. Dakota Wesleyan in their black uniforms here today with their blue numbers. A little bit difficult to see here from where we're at, with the Tigers in their white jerseys and orange numbers. Hari, he'll go straight to the rim, get a little bit of a nudge with 2 on coming from the free throw line. Jackson Hari almost threw his body into the defender there, so he'll get 2 for the line. Hari's first attempt on the way. Rattles on in for 1 with 1 more coming. Shot up by Hari, shot is good. Gets that Dakota Wesleyan lead just to 1 at the time. Tigers playing a little bit of pressure after the made free throws. Jackson Hari almost swiped that one away, but then gets beat on the defensive end. Oppold with a quick crossover gets that one to go. And we talked a little bit in that girls game. You're going to be off to maybe a little bit of a slower start for both squads as Moxus is off the mark there. Just to get yourself back into a little bit of rhythm. It's been about a week and a half, 2 weeks before you've seen action on the court. And the last time the Tigers saw the court of Doane, they had a tough loss to Briar Cliff. Played a span of 3 games in 4 days, and that definitely took a hold of them. So they much appreciated the holiday break with some time off to rest themselves and get themselves ready for the second half of GPAC season. Hari, tough shot on the way, won't get it to go on in. 7-4, 17 minutes, 10 seconds left to go in our first half of action. Dakota Wesleyan setting up on the higher side of this 3-point line. Finally getting it down low to Oppold. Oppold spins around, puts it off the glass, and that's good. Nice patient move by Colin Oppold. Larrabee will take it up the court now and change it with Hari. They've got to get something going to the rim here. A little bit stagnant on offense here the last couple of possessions. Hari, short corner, he'll face himself up. He'll look, he's trying to get it off to Larrabee. That was just a bad pass there by Jackson Hari. Spinning around, there's Oppold again. He'll give it off down low to Larson. Moving around here is Dakota Wesleyan. They've got 15 on the shot clock. There's Harden. 3-point on the way, no good. Tigers haven't made a field goal here in the last 3 minutes. Looking a little bit stiff on the offensive end as Doane. They have switched this lineup multiple times, especially with Moxus now here on the court. There's Zach Witters streaking to the court, and there it gets to go to 2 to go. Nice move by Zach Witters, and Coach McKeithen wants to rally his troops here. 6-9 here, Dakota Wesleyan leading with 15:58 left to go in our first half. We'll take a short break. Dakota Wesleyan 9, Doane 6 here, 15:58 left to go here in our first half of action. Doane gonna put a slight pressure on, not much. Just a little bit to slow him down on the offensive end here, as that's gonna be dribbled off of Harden's leg out of bounds. A good turnover to start off after the timeout for the Doane Tigers. You just see the presence that Moxness brings to this team. Hasn't had a point here tonight, but just his length, his athleticism on the court is something you can take advantage of, especially against a lineup like Dakota Wesleyan's, where that size is so important. As Moxness, a little bit rusty, that one goes off his hands out of bounds. But you see, he can start to match up against some of these bigger foes in the GPAC, where normally you couldn't do so. And his shooting ability, he expressed that here early on in the first couple of games of this season. He can put it up in a hurry and from all lengths of the court. Dakota Wesleyan going to go ahead and set up in the corner. Loose ball. There's Joe Burt with it. Burt, Larrabee, all alone themselves. Burt will put it up, gets it swatted away. There's Larrabee. He'll take the 15-footer fading away. Tough shot, no good. Wasted possession there for Doane, the other way. Dakota Wesleyan, we saw it in the pregame warm-ups. Man, are they athletic, and they can really hammer it on home. A fireworks of show being put up as they slammed it home, and they can shoot it from all angles of the court as well. As they miss an easy opportunity there, they exchange it both themselves. There's Witters, 15-footer's good. Witters finding his stroke early on in the game. As it's a 1-point game, Dakota Wesleyan still leads. The key for this Doane Tiger team, limit the droughts and limit the scoring scoring runs the other way. Here goes Larrabee, another opportunity. Larrabee, Moxness, he tries to lob it on up for Moxness. He didn't want it at the time. It's still going to stay with Doane. But you can kind of see that leading into that possession. Larrabee wanted it, but Moxness just didn't seem like he was 100% on that opportunity. He didn't have his legs all the way underneath him. You kind of see in his eyes like he was telling Anthony, like, hey, not the right time for it yet. Burt give it off to Oberhauser up top. Another big transfer in for Doane that's made an impact, Alec Oberhauser. Larrabee on the weave. He'll get everybody in the air and get the jumper to go off the rim. Nice move by Anthony, being patient, getting everybody up in the air and then kissing it off the glass as the Tigers have a 6-0 run over the last minute and 44 seconds. Dakota Wesleyan patient on offense, 10 on the shot clock though. Harden, quick to the bucket. He gets it to go, my goodness. One step and he's right past his defender on his way to the rim. That's what he brings to the contest here. Larrabee, Witters up top. Larrabee, he wants it. Long range missile on the way. No good. He falls to the ground, no foul called. Battered up top. There's going to be Larrabee trying to save it. He'll give it off to Jackson Hari. Hari gets it to Joe Burt. Nice transition there to finally save the possession. Witters, corner. Oberhauser didn't like it. He's stuck in the corner. Still has the dribble. Just doesn't take it at the moment. Dakota Wesleyan, not like them, but they've had 4 turnovers in the last 3.5 minutes. Something the Tigers have taken advantage of here so far. Burt, right-hand side, trying to look for Larrabee. He'll give it to Oberhauser. That one's short from here. It hits the front of the rim, but slides right on down. Dakota Wesleyan been very quiet here as they still have a 1-point advantage. 3-point on the way, that's good. Just like that, they break the curse as that's Sawyer Schultz for 3. They are a team that likes to shoot it from the 3-point range, and they can hit it early, often, and consistently. Something you do not want to get them started on. Hari, he'll drive on in, and he just loses it. A little bit too high of a dribble, goes out of bounds. And as the turnover monster seems to be hitting both teams here, Dakota Wesleyan 4 turnovers, Doane with 3 as well. Couple of new Tigers in the game then. That's going to be Trey Winkler and the sharpshooter Max Mason. Looking to get Max Mason rolling on here in 2021. It's a fine 3-point shooter, but when he's off, he's off. And there's a couple of games there left in 2020 where he really couldn't find his rhythm, and looking to find it here in the new year. Winkler, Larrabee, they'll drive right down the baseline. Mason, corner 3 on the way. And that's off the mark, no good. Larrabee, nice rebound, but it'll be pushed out of bounds. No call there as Harden gathers himself, and he and Sawyer Schultz will get the offense rolling for Dakota Wesleyan. Tigers being lulled to sleep a little bit on defense. Almost got an easy bucket there was Dakota Wesleyan. We'll take the 3-pointer. Good defense by Max Mason down low. Burt being bullied down low, Oppold. He stands his ground with 10 on the shot clock. 3-pointer on the way, right at the top of the key, no good. Fresh, 20 seconds left, and a acrobatic shot, my goodness. Almost went in there. That was Ace Zor. He threw it up with his right hand, and that was an extremely tough angle to get it to go, and it almost went in. Burt over to Mason. Mason, he traveled. Slid his foot just a little bit too much, and that'll head the other way. Tigers with opportunities across the board just haven't taken advantage here, as Dakota Wesleyan still with a 4-point lead, and they're having more turnovers in this game so far. Really the bigger statistic as we look at this is going to be rebounds. Dakota Wesleyan out-rebounding Doane right now 10-6, and that's a statistic you cannot lose here tonight if you want to win this game. Ball battered around. There's Joe Burt with it as he gets it across the logo. Burt, he'll take the 3 himself, and that's battered around. Blocked by Mason Larson. The lengthy body of Larson just blocked a 3-pointer, and he was about 3 feet away from Burt. Witters driving on in against Larson, but he'll be fouled in the process. As you look at some of these players here for the Dakota Wesleyan, just lengthy bodies across the board. You got 6'5", 6'7", 3 pairs of 6'7" guys on the court for Dakota Wesleyan that can shoot the ball. Not exactly what they're brewing up there in the water in South Dakota, but it's working for tall, lengthy basketball players. Larrabee, short corner, will get a screen from Moxness. He'll look, Ben's wide open in the corner. He'll take the three. He'll drain the three. Ben Moxness hits his first three of 2021. As Doane breaks that scoring drought of just over 3 minutes. Larson with it at the top of the key. He's looking down low. He'll give it off, and there's a turnover the other way. Tigers need to make something of it. Here comes Witters. Speedily coming down. He'll go right down the middle of the lane, and there's going to be a foul. And there's going to be a technical. And Zach Witters, cooler heads prevail as Zach Witters gets a tee up. That's Mason Larson. He hands the ball right back to Zach Witters. There might have been a little bit of jawing there the other way, but cooler heads prevail as Witters doesn't jaw him back. Larson clearly frustrated, just threw the ball right back at Witters, right in his chest. And he wanted nothing of it.
That's his second personal foul. Larrabee at the line for the Tigers.
Larrabee shot up, shot good, as we're knotted at 14 apiece. Shot up, shot good for Larrabee. Tigers will head on back to the free throw line. Zach Witters with an opportunity to string this lead out to 3 points for Doane. How quickly things can change here in this contest with a play like that. Witters shot up, no good. He'll get one more opportunity from the free throw line. Second one from Zach is good as the Tigers take a 2-point advantage here with 10:16 left to go. If you're Coach McKeith, and honestly, you're proud of Zach in that situation, not drawing on back, not getting a boneheaded mistake to go your way and take that advantage. And the bench is loving this action right now. The Tigers up 2. Witters, great defense down low, and Opel there should have been a travel. No call there. 3-pointer from the corner. Off the mark, no good. Winkler, no foul being called on Opel there, and things are getting chippy here tonight. Oh my. He had Opel boxed out the whole time. Opel just goes right over his back, pushes him a little bit. No call being there, and things are getting heated from the Haddock Center here tonight. Harden will take it on out for Dakota Wesleyan. As Winkler still talking to the ref a little bit, trying to get a little bit of clarity on what was the no call on that decision. There's Witters down low on Opel, staying his ground. Opel will travel, then that's swatted away by Jackson Hari, having nothing of it. Here goes Larrabee the other way, looking to get some momentum on his side. He'll get Harden to go in, bucket, one more coming. What a momentum change here with Larrabee coming up with a 3-point play. When it rains, it pours, and Doane is taking advantage of it right now. Larrabee shot up on the way, off the mark, no good. Won't complete the 3-point play, but Doane still with a 4-point advantage here as we're approaching the 9:30 mark in this first half. 3-pointer on the way for Opel. He double clutched it, won't be in rhythm as there's a rebound gathered in with Harden down low. Nice move there down low. That's Ace Zor with a 2-point bucket there. Patient approach, got Larrabee up in the air, and then finally finished with his right hand. Larrabee off to Witters. Witters, he'll take the 15-footer on the way. Too strong, no good. As we look at both of these squads, as Dakota Wesleyan makes it slowly up the court, Dakota Wesleyan is first in the GPAC. They have not lost in the GPAC. They handed Morningside its first loss of the year, a 15-point win by Dakota Wesleyan pretty handily over the number 8 Morningside Mustangs. And now Dakota Wesleyan is in sole possession of first place in the GPAC. So you understand kind of the heatedness of this game here tonight. Doane sitting 9th in the GPAC. And they knew that that game up in the Corn Palace, a 5-point loss by them, they knew that they had a chance here tonight coming into this one. And you can clearly see the confidence that they're exerting here tonight. Drew Cole going and inbound it off to Oppold. They're trying to get Cole in the corner, won't get him there. Open for the 3. 10 on the shot clock here for Dakota Wesleyan. They'll spin. Moving in and a little bit of miscommunication. Ball out of bounds. As we take a look at foul situation right now, Dakota Wesleyan sitting at 5 fouls here for the game. As you saw early on here in this game that Mason Larson got that foul and then a technical, so that kind of upped the ante for the foul situation there. Doane just sitting at 2 fouls. You'd love to see Doane get into that one-on-one situation here tonight, as there's going to be another foul. That's going to be on number 4, Bradley Dean. As Dakota Wesleyan quickly becoming frustrated with some of the calls here. They're calling it pretty tight here early on. Shot up, shot good by Anthony Larrabee. As we have a new Dakota Wesleyan Tiger. That's Shook back in. He was in the starting lineup early on. Shot up, shot good by Anthony Larrabee. 4-point advantage back up for Doane here with 8:10 left to go here in our first half of action. And for the Tigers in white, that's going to be Tyler Sullivan, number 1, subbing on in as battle down low. There's Jackson Hari showing his body, showing his hands. Nothing there. Hook on over, no good. Ben Moxes gathers a rebound. There's Anthony Larrabee along the right-hand side, looking to blow this thing open just a tad bit. Coach McKeithen calling on a play here to get a quality possession. Sullivan, left-hand side, he'll go down low. He's against Bradley Dean. He'll put up the short floater. That's good. Tyler Sullivan, what a move down low. Didn't have the size advantage, but man, did he have the quickness and the right moves for the situation. Dakota Wesleyan rated number 18th in the nation. What a win this would be for Doane if they can finish it out. It's an easy layup by Dakota Wesleyan. You know they're motivated here tonight. Larry, crossover, he'll go left, put it on up, and gets it to go on in. That thing hung up on the front of the rim for about 3 seconds, and finally going on in for Anthony Larrabee is the layup. I don't know that I've honestly seen that one in a long time. It hit the front of the rim, looked like it was going to be short, hung on to the front for about 3 seconds before dropping in. Oppold thought about the 3, won't take it. Bumping down low are the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. Left-handed layup won't go. There's Jackson Hari with the rebound. He'll push. Hari, left-handed. He'll go on in. A tough approach. Will finally give it off to Tyler Sullivan. Joe Burt looking for it. A little bit too late. Burt spins, puts it up. It's good. And Dakota Wesleyan has had enough of what they've seen so far. Doane 26, Dakota Wesleyan 18. 6:27 left to go here from the Haddocks as the Tigers take a bigger lead. (26-18) is your lead here for the Doane Tigers with just under 6:27 left to go here in our first half of action. And the Doane Tigers have come out guns a-blazing. Tons of energy, an emotional game here early on. A technical foul, some pushing, shoving early on. You know, both teams desperately want this win. Dakota Wesleyan for different reasons. 7-0 in the GPAC, 18th in the nation. Short jumper on the way, it's good. Doane 9th in the GPAC. They'll take any win they can get, and especially over a high-powered program like Dakota Wesleyan. What a momentous win this would be, as there's going to be an offensive foul the other way. As Anthony Larrabee realizes it extended that arm just a little bit too much. And that'll be a turnover for the Doane Tigers. So far here in our game, field goal percentage-wise, Dakota Wesleyan shooting 41%. Doane just a slight bit better at 43%. And right now, for three-point percentage-wise, Dakota leading that 29%. Doane shooting a 14% right now. Not great. Three-pointer on the way, looking to extend that up, and they will. Three-point field goal is good. As Dakota Wesleyan, blink of an eye, is within 3 points. Tigers, 5 of their last 7 field goals. Moxas trying to answer on back. He won't do so. Love to see Moxas get to the rim. His length, his size, a huge advantage for the Tigers. Down low, Moxas up there against Ace Zor. Zor going right in. There's going to be an easy foul there on Ben Moxas. Kind of threw his body into Zor before he even got the ball there. So dead ball foul. As Doane starts to really cut into that fouls. As Dakota Wesleyan with 6 fouls, Doane with 4. And a good timeout by Dakota Wesleyan as they seem to kind of collected themselves over the last minute or so. Harden with it against Larrabee. He'll just go ahead and call his own number. 3-pointer on the way, no good. Max Mason gathers the rebound. Witters will kind of make his way slowly up the court, get his troops rallied here. Weave action by all the guards here. Witters, he'll go and take it on himself. Doesn't like what he sees though. Corner, he's with Joe Burt. Burt behind the back, puts it up, doesn't want it. Oberhauser, 3 on the way, won't get it. Alec hasn't been hitting him that much. And Coach McKeithen's kind of shaking his head, wondering why he took that. As Anthony Larrabee steals it on back. Larrabee down low, there's Witters, easy layup for 2. Nice connection by Anthony Larrabee, seeing Witters out of the corner of his eye, streaking down low for the easy right-handed layup. Tigers up 5 here. 3-pointer on the way, buried, oh my. Sawyer Schultz showing his range and getting his club back within 2. Great back and forth contest here in the G-Pack. This is a every night kind of contest as Larrabee goes to the rack and gets 2. And he's playing on a different level here tonight. Looking to get a defensive stop here. Coach McKeithen harping on his guys. What a big stop this would be anyway. Alec Oberhauser with it. Gets it stripped away though. Alec Oppold with it down low and gets a 2 to go. And what a frustrating possession that was as the Doane Tigers had it right in front of them heading the other way, and Oppold just strips it right from him. Larrabee, he looks corner-wise. He'll look at Joe Burt. Burt 3 on the way, no good. Look good from here, just rattles on out. Doane with a 2-point advantage here with 3:20 left to go here in our first half. Harden giving on down low to Oppold. He'll slowly operate and move his way right across. Nice move by Oppold. Started all the way on that left-handed block. After the finish, he was all the way on the right-hand side. Knotted at 30 apiece. Witters, Mason, back to Burt. Burt, he'll drive on in himself. Left-handed shot on the way, no good, no call on Oppold. Interesting to see no call there. Those are kind of the same exact calls the refs have been making all night. Not sure if they're switching up their approach a little bit or if they didn't see what they needed there. There's no travel there called, and finally it goes out of bounds. That's going to be on Harden. Coach McKeithen wants to call a timeout. Make sure that these 2 minutes and 37 seconds go the way they want it. We're not at 30 apiece here with 2:37 left to go. You're on the Doane Sports Network. As we're bringing it back here, before we get things knotted up, we want to update you on the upcoming schedule here for the Doane Tigers. They will take on Morningside here on the 6th. That's going to be at 8 p.m. Tip-off. Will have action here live on the Doane Sports Network. And you start to look at the schedule here for Doane upcoming, and here today they're playing the number 18 team in the nation, number 1 team in the GPAC, and then they go here in 4 days, go to face number 8 Morningside, the number 2 team in the GPAC. So back-to-back opportunities here for Doane to really make some noise in the GPAC, and 2 of the better teams lining themselves up. And every night, again, is going to be a tough one in the GPAC, but especially with number 1 and number 2 that they face. As you look at, this is the first time they'll play Morningside, and then they'll come on back February 6th and travel up to Morningside. So those are 2 games you'd at least like to split, if not get both. But that's a tough game nonetheless. With a senior laden class there, 2 seniors, Emig and Brown, and that's going to be a tough matchup from the boys in Sioux City. Max Mason goes on up. He's going to get that one swatted away as we're knotted at 30 apiece, as Dakota Wesleyan's just kind of slowly made their way into the game. You see why they're rated in the nation for being one of the better teams. They have all the opportunities and all the tools to be successful in this league. As a 2-point bucket is in for Oppold, and there's their first lead in a long time for DAC West. Dakota Wesleyan shooting it pretty well here from field goal range, 48%. Doane not shooting it great, 39% for them. Joe Burt whips it over. Witters, he'll take the 3. He'll bury it. Big shot by Zach Witters for 3. Zach shooting with confidence here tonight. He's got 10 points. Anthony Larrabee close to him with 14. Dakota Wesleyan moving across the perimeter. There's Oppold down low. He's had a big game for Dakota Wesleyan. He'll make his way, shifting, moving, and he'll get the bucket. Actually falls out. He'll get 2 to come from the free throw line. Oppold, your leading scorer right now for Dakota Wesleyan. He's got 10 points, shooting 50% from field goal range. Oppold, the junior out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, buries the first one to get it knotted up at 33 apiece. The thing that separates Oppold right now is he's just so patient down low. He really has kind of a timer in his head. He knows, when he's at 3 seconds in between the lane, and he's not afraid to get somebody in the air and wait for that perfect shot to come on up, as Oppold gets the 1-point advantage for Dakota Wesleyan right now. If you're looking at your approach, Colin Oppold, 6'4", down low. He's not even one of the taller players on the court right now as your forward. You'd like to see Doane start to kind of doubling him down low, making those opportunities tougher for him to even have time, trying to rush him up a little bit. Weave with the Tigers here right now. Larrabee, he'll get the open 3. He won't get it to go, though. Anthony has not hit a 3-pointer here yet tonight. That's his 3rd attempt. Dean back to Oppold as they get this offense firing off. Good defense there by Zach Witters to force the cut to go nowhere. Oppold to get fouled, and he'll get 2 from the line. Oppold is not going anywhere, so you got to find a way to kind of get him bunched up, to get him trapped down low. You like to see that first pass entry, 2 guys come down, not even get him any time to dribble. Shot up, shot good by Oppold as he extends Dakota Wesleyan's lead to 2. Second shot on the way is good as Ben Moxness is in. So you got Moxness, Hari, Larrabee, Witters, and Trey Winkler all on the court right now for the Tigers. Just need a bucket right now. Don't need a 3-pointer. You don't need anything too fancy. Just need a bucket to force Dakota Wesleyan here in this last possession. As there's going to be a foul down low. That's going to be on number 33, Drew Cole. And that's not the foul you were looking to give up, as that's the 7th foul, which will send Jackson Hari to the line to shoot a 1-on-1 situation. Got to get one here if you're Jackson. Dakota Wesleyan's coming back the other way with about a 2-second differential between shot clock and game clock. Jackson's first shot on the way is good. brings that Dakota Wesleyan lead to just 2. Jackson's second one on the way is good. 1 point advantage here for Dakota Wesleyan. 2.8 seconds is the official time that separates shot clock from game clock. Dakota Wesleyan's coach going off for a one-shot opportunity here, which will make things tough for Doane if they do get that last rebound. They're going to have to heave up one last prayer, if anything, unless they can force Dakota Wesleyan into an earlier shot. Up top, couple of doubles almost by Jackson Hari and Witters. Going back here, great guarding defensively by Zach Witters. 6 on the shot clock. Don't want to give up a 3 there. Lobber up top, going to be gathered by Jackson Hari. He's got 3 seconds. There's Anthony Larrabee. He's going to put up a half-court shot, and it's off the mark. And what a half of action we've had here from the Haddock Center as number 18 in the nation, Dakota Wesleyan, comes in, and they've only got a 1-point advantage here, 36-35. Doane playing their hearts out. Just love to see them get a couple more possessions that come to get some more points going forward. But we will send it off here for a short break, gather some halftime stats, and pass them along to you when we get them. As we bring along your halftime stats here, right now Dakota Wesleyan's clinging to a 1-point advantage. Your leading scorer right now, Colin Oppold, he has 14 points, and he's really made a difference down low. Given the Tigers of Doane fits on the defensive end, looking to see some adjustments from them to see how they're going to control Oppold in the second half. Following close behind him is going to be Sawyer Schultz with 10. On the opposite side for Doane, Anthony Larrabee's leading that category of scoring with 14 points, with Zach Witters with 10. Total field goal percentage right now for Dakota Wesleyan's at 47%. For Doane, it's at 40%. 3-point percentage is at 40% for Dakota Wesleyan. Tigers, this is the area you really want to see them start to progress in, is at 16.7%. Not a great statistic. Free throw percentage right now for Dakota Wesleyan's at 100% compared to Doane's 82%. As we look at some of these statistics, they're kind of all over the place, really. No one's leading all these categories. Points out for turnovers right now, Doane's leading that by 7 points, 12-5. But then points in the paint, Dakota Wesleyan, you've seen that with Colin Oppold many times. They're leading that 20-18. We've had this lead change 7 times, and it's been tied 3 times all the time. So it has been a really fun half of basketball. A great opportunity for the Tigers of Doane here in 2021 to get a huge victory in the G-Pack. We've got about 12 minutes left to go here in halftime. We'll take a break and be ready for an action-packed second half. You're on the Doane Sports Network. As we get ready to start off our second half of action here, it will be Dakota Wesleyan ball, and into the game right now for Dakota Wesleyan is going to be their original starting lineup. Mason Larson is going to be in the game right now. We saw him last on the court after he got a technical foul, so he will be on the court now. And Doan will go ahead and stick with their original lineup as well, as Hardin will get it started off in the second half, clinging to a 1-point advantage. Down low, there's Burt, one-on-one, spinning around, finding the bucket there. That's Jeffrey Shook. Easy bucket there to start off Dakota Wesleyan's offensive attack. Nice duck down low by Anthony Larrabee to get the bucket. A fantastic look by Jackson Hari, found Larrabee ducking down for the easy layup. Right-handed approach goes in and is good. As that ball almost out of bounds. Oppel will control it, gives it off to Hardin. His three-pointer on the way, no good. Jackson Hari can't quite control it at the time, but Anthony Larrabee gets it. Tigers have numbers here. Larrabee wisely decides to come on, bring it on up, gives it off to Joe Burt. Guards exchanging themselves, gets it past. There's Witters going to drive it on in. Bucket, and one more. Two coming from the free throw line. As you look at both of these squads, something to kind of keep a keen eye on. For Doan, you're looking at the second half, looking to get your three-point percentage up just a little bit, get more opportunities from the three-point line, but bury them when you've got them. They've only shot 17% from three-point land compared to Dakota Wesleyan's 36. And Zach's first shot on the way is good. For Dakota Wesleyan, honestly, keep on pounding it down low. You got Colin Oppold, he's had a really nice night here so far, but you've seen those size advantages that you have for Dakota Wesleyan, and they've had success down low. So two kind of key areas to kind of keep on looking here in the second half as Zach Witters gives Doan a back to lead here, their first of the second half, 39-38. Witters is really having himself a nice night, 12 points. Anthony Larrabee with 16 right now. Down low, they go. Screen over by Larson. And a long-range missile on the way, off the mark, no good. And there's Larson to gather it himself. He'll put it up, and he's got 2 points. Larson, such a weapon. Didn't see him at the rest of that second half. Due to that technical, the coach decided just to kind of let it play out its own course. Burt, step back three on the way. Big time, Joe Burt with a three. And there's a nice start for Joe Burt. And the three-point category gets those things to fall for the Tigers here tonight. Joe almost had a steal there, getting high up in those passing lanes. Hardin crossing over. He'll look at a 15-footer, won't take it though. Right there for the three. That's Sawyer Schultz, no good. Gathered and out of bounds by Jeffrey Shook. The Dakota Wesleyan bench is infuriated. There was no foul on that call. As Ben Moxness tucks his own jersey in, as told by the ref. And Doan gets things rolling off. 2-point advantage here for Doan, looking to extend. You've seen Doan really get into this setup of there's a travel there, Ben Moxness. You've seen Doan start off their offensive set by getting it into a weave with the guards, and it's really opened up their offense tremendously. Hardin giving off. Dakota Wesleyan really using their screens to get people open, especially on three-point opportunities. They've got some elevator screens to go, and honestly some just one-on-one screens, putting themselves in really good position. There's Opel down low, so patient, so smooth, my goodness. That took him about 4 or 5 different angles. He would hold on one through. There's Larrabee for a three-point opportunity, and he gets it to go. You got to get Anthony Larrabee getting to go here if you want to win this game here tonight. It's a Larrabee and Oppold show here so far. Schultz will look, he'll get off to Hardin. There's Larson down low. He was really wanting to get it down to Jeffrey Shook. They finally get it down to him with Joe Burt. Larrabee's got to come on over and help. He does. Corner on the way. Hardin, three, got it. Perfect answer on back for Dakota Wesleyan as they knotted up at 45 apiece. Heavyweight battle here, going back and forth here. The shooters really having themselves a night. Love to see Moxas get going here. He's only got 3. As there's going to be Larrabee He'll go to the line and get 2 to go. Kind of a hard foul there at the end. Thankful nothing really sparked there. Keeping their emotions intact are the both sets of Tigers.
Number 3, Nick Harden, third personal foul, second team foul. 2 shots for number 3, Anthony Larrabee.
Larabee's first of 2 attempts goes on in. As the lead changes have just gone back and forth here. Seemingly every possession. Larabee's second attempt will go on in. The Tigers in white here tonight have a 2-point advantage over the Tigers in blue and black. Screen here from Larson over to Harden. They're going to try and get it on to Oppel in the corner, and will stick with the Tigers. Oppel in the corner, he's got 19 to operate with. Actually, they'll give it off to Larson, who's going to pass it on in here. Larson looking over for Oppel. Oppel's hit a couple of threes here tonight, but it won't get it there. There's an easy lay on in for Jeffrey Shook. As we saw there in the first half, points in the paint was dominated by Dakota Wesleyan, and you can see why. They're getting those opportunities. To the rack is Joe Burt. I'd love to see Doan start to go on in. Jackson Hari kind of answer on back, get his confidence up a little bit. He's only got 4 in tonight's contest. Oppel to look. Hari will guard. Right at the charity stripe, they'll give it off to Harden. Oppel to look. He'll move his way on through, and there's going to be a foul. Let's say that's going to be on Jackson Hari, I believe. They are going to get Jackson with that one. That's the first of the half, and that's Jackson's first individually. Lob on in here, Dakota West, and there's Larson. His first 3 on the way is good. And he can bury him. Do not want to get him going. As Dakota Wesleyan gets that lead back in their favor, 50-49, 15-25 left to go here in our contest. And it's been a dandy here in Crete. Joe Burt gives it over to Ben Moxis. Moxis to Hari. Hari's got a lane. He'll go on in against Larson. Larson will try and guard. And they'll do enough to impede that shot. That was kind of a momentous possession there. You'd like to see Doan kind of answer on back, and you feel like the tidal waves just shifted ever so slightly here for Dakota Wesleyan. Harden barely saves it across the timeline. And here goes Larson. He's feeling himself. Short jumper on the way off the back iron. There's Moxis with it. Tigers pushing here. Need to get a bucket. Joe Burt didn't like it, was thought about the 3, but it was a little bit too late before he stopped his feet. Hari. They're going to call it carry. Oh, my. Coach McKeithen. Just frustration and a little bit of confusion at this time. That team that he saw in that first half is not looking the same in these first couple of minutes to start off the second half. And you feel bad for Ben Moxis. You know, he's coming off of the protocol and everything that's been done. He hasn't played since probably the second week of the season. Didn't even start to see conference play. And so he's knocking off a little bit of rust as Nick Size is going to come into the game, the talented freshman out of Lexington. Size on Oppel. He's got a handful down low. Oppel looking to square on up. He'll get it. He's against Nick Size. Size shows his body. Oppel going to go ahead and operate. He'll move his way down low. Great defense there by Nick Size as he gets it battered out of the hands of Oppel. Then here comes Larrabee. Larrabee looking for Oberhauser. He's got a wide open 3 and he gets it to go. Alec Oberhauser gets a 3 to go. As he's broken the 3-point curse, he needed that one. You know he can shoot. He's taken the opportunities. He just hasn't buried him like he wanted to. And there's Joe Burt with the steal as it goes out of bounds. And there's that energy you're looking for here in the second half. Just needed a little bit of spark, and here it is back again. Burt down low on Shook. They'll get across the court. 3-pointer on the way, no good. There's Joe Burt with the rebound. Tigers in operation. They'll give it off to Anthony Larrabee. He's got one-on-one with some. Now he's got it back over. Alec wanted to get another opportunity. He will. He'll take it, and that's off the mark. Way off the mark there by Alec Oberhauser. Just wasn't in rhythm. And he kind of knew it. He's almost looking for a little bit of a heat check, but wouldn't quite get it there. And there's going to be a foul on Witters. That'll send Sawyer Schultz to the line to shoot two to knot it up at 52 apiece.
Second personal foul, second team foul, 2 shots.
Zach thought he was going to get away with a quick one there, and they caught him in the act of it. Shot up, shot good by Sawyer Schultz. And as Tyler Sullivan will replace Zach Witters. Witters just with 2 fouls. They don't really want to get him lined up too high in that foul category. And a perfect time to get him a rest too, just kind of catch his breath and get ready for this long stretch. As we are knotted at 52 apiece. Hari will go ahead and replace Joe Burt. As well as Ace Zor will come in for Dakota Wesleyan. Categories field goal percentage wise, all starting to kind of align themselves. 47% for Dakota Wesleyan, 46 for Doane. As Anthony Larrabee operates in the corner, he'll give it off to Jackson Hari against Larson. Hari gonna go on in. He'll throw up a lengthy shot. Oh my goodness, how that one went in. Hakeem Olajuwon like throwing it up there, and it barely just hung on to that front of the rim and goes on through. That was a lucky one. Hoppett will lob it on in against Ace Zor, and he gets a lucky one to go on in as well. Battling back and forth. 3-point percentage-wise, Dakota Wesleyan shooting 38%, Doane with 31%, so they're starting to really get that opened up. Alec Oberhauser going to go ahead and drive it down low. Left-handed finish is good by Alec. What a game here up to this point. Somebody's got to finish it off, but it has been a dandy here. Harden, left-hand side, he'll give it off to Oppold. Oppold looking down to get it to Zor. He's got Hari on him. That's been a matchup all night that's been battled. Harden leaning a little bit too much on Larrabee. Lucky to get his balance back. He'll take a long-range missile. No good. Jackson Hari tips it on back. Lucky to get it in the hands of Larrabee. Start to see Jackson Hari getting a little bit tired. He's in a battle down low. Larrabee gives it off, and they start on this weave again. Sullivan, Size, he'll take the 3 on the way. Next, Size won't get it to go for the moment. And you like this. I like the approach by Size to take the 3 there, but you'd like to see that offense work itself a little bit longer, get a better shot, not just a settle down 3. You can get those anytime that you want to. Tight game here, 2-point advantage for Doane. Larson with it, left-hand side, he's against Alec Oberhauser. Got a little bit of a speed advantage there as Larson. Oppold down low. He'll slow his roll up. Larson looked like his foot was on the line. They'll give him the 3, but that was a really close one. If there was ever a time for replay in the NAIA, you'd like to see it there. Larrabee, Oberhauser up top. Dakota Wesleyan by 1. Size driving. He'll give it back. No travel call there. Lucky. There goes Hari. He's going to go in for the slam, and there's no foul call. Oh, my goodness. No foul call at all. I mean, Jackson Hari goes in for the slam. I get that, but there was nothing at all that way, and they're going to call that. Oh, my. As you start to see a little bit of jawing going on between the two pairs of Tigers. This has been a gutsy matchup between both squads, as Dakota Wesleyan, you see, has got the tidal wave of emotion and energy on their side. Can the Tigers come back and counteract and stop this momentum they have? Shot up, no good. Battle for the rebound finally got gathered by Ben Moxness. And Jackson Hari would have had a thunderous dunk. There was a collision at the rim. No call there. Bang, bang play, and you understand why the refs did not call it at that time. Sullivan will put up the hook shot, no good. He'll fight for the rebound. As Coach McKeithen showing some frustration. Not probably the shot he wanted from Tyler Sullivan down low. Big mismatch there. As Tyler Sullivan's going to get the foul called there. 4 fouls for Doane. You start to see the frustration coming up for Doane. They've had the momentum here this whole game. Do not want to get a cheap one here if you're Tyler Sullivan. 4 fouls for Doane, 2 for Dakota Wesleyan. Down low, Dak West, that's Oppold. He's operating against Nick Size. He's got the clock on him. Oppold, close to 3 seconds, won't get it called. There's Tyler Sullivan with it. And they're gonna get a sore here. Looks like they might have hit Tyler Sullivan in the head, and they're gonna call a foul there. It wasn't really any malicious intent there. Just trying to go for the rebound, and he gets it knocked off the side there. He's gonna get called for the foul. Been some foul calls here tonight that are kind of perplexed you in a sense, but at the same time, that first half was they've been calling it pretty tight. As another foul call, that's gonna be on Larson, I believe. And Larson's got to start watching himself here. He's got 3 fouls in the game. 10 minutes left to go, and you almost don't want this one to end. It has been a back and forth game and a really fun one to watch. Nick Size down low. He gets that one planted right back into him. Size, Moxness, 3. Got it! Ben Moxness, big time 3. You needed that one just for a momentum's sake, just to get rolling. Down low, coming right in the lane there for an easy 2 points. That's going to be a sore, but they're going to be a foul on the ground. Man, oh man, is it getting chippy here tonight.
Going foul number 5, Zach Witter's 3rd personal foul, 15th foul. Anthony Larrivee returns for the Tigers.
Harding going to go in and take it out of bounds here for Dakota Wesleyan. He's trying to lob it on into Oppold. He will. He's against Witters. Larry's got to come over and help, though. Schultz won't take the 3. He'll give it off to Larson. Larson drives hard into the lane. And he'll get it against Jackson Hari. And he's been battling all night long. Jackson Hari had his hands up the whole time. That's one of those ones where he's almost forced into a foul. Because the player's almost lodging his body into somebody else. And Jackson Hari's just there to take the brunt of it. There's Larson. He's going to miss the first shot. .9:39 left to go. Larson's shot on the way is good. That gives Dakota Wesleyan the lead here, 60-59. You can just feel the stakes of this game here. Dakota Wesleyan still trying to cling to #1 in the GPAC. Doane just looking for that signature win here on the year. There's Zach Witters down low, gets the bucket to go. Left-handed layup for Zach Witters, and he has had a monstrous night for Doane. There's Larson down low against Moxness. He'll go in, try to get the rebound, and there's going to be no foul call. This is it's getting heavy here in the Haddock Center, and you can feel the tension with each play. Larrabee driving, kicking. There's Jackson Hari. He's trying to kick, won't get anybody open. Witters, he'll calm himself. He wants the 3. He won't get the 3. One of those plays, kind of head scratcher. Zach Witters, he's had a really good night. Kind of heat check down low. As that reverse layup. What a play by Ace Soar. Gets the layup to go on in. As Dakota Wesleyan leads by 1. We have action here. Tigers of Doane need a bucket. Kind of in some shambles here. 12 on the shot clock. Larrabee leans into one, won't get it to go. And the last 2 possessions, you cannot have some of those shots. Can't plan on them going in like that. And Dakota Wesleyan with the perfect opportunity to collect himself. 8:12 left to go here in our contest here today. Dakota Wesleyan 62, Doane 61. You're on the Doane Sports Network. 8:12 left to go in a highly competitive G-Pack contest here today. Dakota Wesleyan clinging to a 1-point advantage here, looking to extend. Schultz in the corner will give it off to Larson, 10 on the shot clock. Down low, there's Oppold again against Max Mason. He'll work his way down low and he'll get it to go. You can't express kind of the impact that Colin Oppold has had here tonight. 18 points for him, but every single time he's got an answer when he gets it down low. There's not an opportunity where I felt like he's been shut down at any point here tonight. Witters, he'll look, he'll operate. 15-foot on the way, good. Zach Witters, big shot there. Just some big-time players stepping up here tonight. You look at Oppold, what he's done here tonight. Witters, Larrabee, they all have had huge roles in this game. Whoever wins tonight, that's going to be a travel down low. Zor, he wasn't quite sure that he got a travel there, but he's on his left foot and then kind of switched his position ever so slightly. A great call there by the ref as Joe Burt comes into the game for Tyler Sullivan. Larrabee will let it slide almost across the timeline. They go. 7:15 here to operate left in this game. Joe Burt, he'll get a screen from down low. There's Jackson Hari down low, and there's going to be a goaltending call. Nice move down low. Great teamwork. If you're a Doane Tiger fan looking tonight, this almost looks like a completely new team. You know, the loss to Briarcliff at the end of the year, you kind of scratch your head. I know there was 3 games in 4 days. You're like, you know they're tired, but this is a different ball club right now. And right there, I think they're going to get Zach Witters with the foul. And that'll start to send Dakota Wesleyan to the line. So going to even have to tighten up themselves even more here tonight as Zach Witters gets his 4th foul. And man, how big that is for him to get that 4th foul. Nick Size going to go ahead and check himself in. Do not want to get Zach Witters fouled out in this game with the impact he's had. Going to need some big minutes here from Nick Size. Tie ball game here. Colin Oppold with the keys to the truck to get it to a 1-point advantage, and he will. As Doane will go ahead and hamper up some pressure here with Nick Size going to take over the point guard duties as Zach Witters is out for the time being. Jackson Hari, right-hand side. He'll give it off to Max Mason. Mason's been really quiet. Haven't seen him a ton today. Larrabee thought about launching the 3. He'll get a screen from Max Mason. Anyway, he'll take the 3. He wants it. No good. Hari gathers himself around. No foul called there. Gotta be smart with your possessions here. You know Anthony Larrabee wanted that one, but you could have drawn that one up anytime you want. You could almost see that one from a long ways away. Harden with it for Dakota Wesleyan. 6:20 left to go. Oppold down low. Nick Size. You'd love to see Hari come over and help him. Oppold working. He'll spin back over. He'll push his way through. Try to get the layup. Won't go. That's a rare opportunity you're going to get for him to miss a shot like that. Larrabee. He'll give it off to Size. Size. Larrabee. Hari. Short jumper. Big one. Jackson Hari with the short jumper to go. Oh man, you can just feel the tension here tonight. How tight this one is, and Jackson Hari swats it away. Everyone spread out along the baseline there. Dakota Wesleyan's got somebody in each corner and then also somebody on each block. There's Oppold down low, he'll get it. He'll have to go and chase it out in front though. Oppold, he'll throw it into Zor. Zor against Hari. Zor just dribbles it off his foot. He is frustrated. Not to say that Dakota Wesleyan by any means has underestimated their opponent as Doane takes a timeout. But you look at Doane, you look at the roster, you look at what they've done so far in the GPAC, 9th in the GPAC, don't have a winning record in either the GPAC or overall, and you think, you know, Dakota Wesleyan coming in here, seeing the product of work that Doane's put up to this point, you know, has maybe thought to themselves, you know, we're going to come into Crete, get a win, and come out. And Doane has different plans here tonight, and they've definitely shown up in big ways as you look across the board. Zach Witters here right now, out of the game right now with 4 fouls. You'll see him here probably around, I'm going to guess, the 3, 3.5-minute mark. Anthony Larrabee, big time tonight, 21 points for him. Right now for your people on the court, that's going to be Jackson Hari. He has 10 point. Nick Size yet to get on the scoreboard along with Mason. Ben Moxis leading your rebound category, 6 rebounds for him. Anthony Larrabee with 4 assists. For Dakota Wesleyan, your leading scorer, and he's Mr. Do-It-All here on the court, is going to be Apple. 20 points for him, 11 rebounds, 4 assists. Those are all your team highs for Dakota Wesleyan, and he has dominated here so far. Schultz, he's got 12 points, and then Zor on the court right now. He is tacking on 8 points. Field goal percentage-wise, Doane shooting 47%, Dakota Wesleyan with 45%. And what we were talking about a little bit at halftime, you're looking to see what Doane can do from three-point land. They've upped that ante just a little bit, 30% compared to Dakota Wesleyan's 39%. So as you look at it, turnovers, Dakota Wesleyan's been forced into a little bit more, 13 turnovers compared to Doane's 8, but this has been a back and forth contest because Dakota Wesleyan's leading the rebound category. Their roster's huge in that sense, but it's been a good one. As that one, a little bit of a mistake there by Nick Size as he passes that one. That's a turnover, and just some things you cannot have. You know you're going to miss some shots here at some point, but these turnovers, you look back at this game, and that might be the reason for things ending up being the way they are. Max Mason against there. There's going to be Larson going on down. He's going to go in strong. Gets the tips around there. Zor will throw one up. No good. Shot clock winding on down. There's Nick Size with it. He'll give it to Larrabee. Would love a bucket of any sorts right now. Can't afford a turnover. Size will give it off to Burt, giving off to Jackson Hari. Not sure what to do with it. He'll give it to Max Mason. He'll take the 3. Big one! Max Mason for 3, and boy was he due for one. Oh man. 4 of the last 5 field goals the Tigers have put on in. Dakota Wesleyan though, a little bit of a drought here. 2 minutes and 11 seconds, they've gone on a scoring drought. Harden can't get it to finish, and he finally will. He'll tap it back in, and that was a big bucket for Harden. Doane's just got to be consistent. You can't go into a scoring drought at this point. Limit the run. Get a bucket when you need to. Jackson Hari down low. He'll give it off to Joe Burt. Burt, corner 3. This is a tough one. No good. He knew it from the beginning. Dakota Wesleyan with it. 2-point advantage for Doane. Man, you would have loved the bucket there. 3:45 left to go in our contest here today. Harden against Larrabee. They'll give it down to Oppold. Oppold, he'll look. He'll operate. He's got Nick Size on him. Just got to stay grounded against him. There's Larson, corner 3 on the way. Off the mark, no good. If you're Doane, you'd love to slow everything down right now. Just get a bucket. You don't need to press anything right now. As you know, Anthony Larrabee, he wants a big-time shot. He is Mr. Big Time, but you do not need to force anything right now. As Nick Size has made some freshman mistakes here in the last couple of minutes, as there's another turnover, and that was a rather big one with the momentum on your side. There's Joe Burt against Zor. Zor throws one up, he'll get it to go. Witters so antsy, ready to get into this game and make an impact, 70-70, as the Tigers need to take a timeout, as some crucial turnovers by the Doane Tigers have led to us being knotted up at 70. Buckle up, folks. We have got a crazy one here to finish out at the Haddock Center tonight. We'll be right back here on the Doane Sports Network. 2:49 left to go here in our contest here today from Haddock Center, knotted at 70 apiece. Doane with an opportunity here. A couple of turnovers have led Dakota Wesleyan to get back into this game and knotted up at 70 apiece. Tigers coming out of a timeout here. Would love to see them do some damage. Burt, corner three on the way, no good. Hari fights for the rebound, won't get it to go. They're going to call Jackson on the foul there. And how this game is in runs. You've kind of felt it sway that way. Doane's in a scoring drought right now. You need to put a stamp and an end to that as soon as possible. You cannot keep going on those same lulls. 2 minutes and 2 seconds since the Tigers have last made a field goal. Sawyer Schultz go to line here to shoot a one-on-one situation. Tigers at 8 fouls right now as Sawyer Schultz buries the first one. Shot up, no good. Tigers with the gates wide open. Will they be let in? Larrabee with it, gets it across the timeline, 2:30 left to go. He'll get a screen from Moxness. Moxness, he'll whip himself back over. There's Hari. Hari down low and a wasted opportunity. Oh man, does that take the sails out? (71-70) Dakota Wesleyan with a 1-point lead here. 2:20, need to get a stop here. This would be a huge stop for the Doane Tigers. Oppel down low. He'll bully his way against Joe Burt. Burt hampering him. Zor finishes. And the thing about Doane right now, Dakota Wesleyan out of a 7-0 run over the last 2 minutes, and that's been the scoring drought Doane's been on. You do not need a three-pointer here. That's the biggest thing. You don't need a three right now. You just need a bucket. Jackson Hari down low. He'll bully his way up. He's trying to go up with it. 1:49 left to go. Witters, jumper, short. Oh, man. Tigers have not been able to finish here on these possessions. Minute 30 left to go. You have to have a stop here. Oppold with it. He'll operate. As he'll go to line to shoot a one-on-one situation. And man, oh man, the Tigers have had opportunities left and right. Oppold shot up, shot good, as this is a two-possession game, excuse me. Trey Winker going to go ahead and replace Zach Witters right now. Shot up, no good. 4-point. Ooh, Jackson Hari really saving an out-of-bounds 8-0 run over the last 3 minutes for Dakota Wesleyan. Doane's gonna have to drop something here. You have to. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it right now. You have to get something. If you're Doane drawn up, you have to get a bucket with 1:23 left to go. Dakota Wesleyan clinging to a 4-point advantage. We'll take a break and be ready to finish this one out. .123 left to go here in our contest from the Haddock Center live in Crete, Nebraska. This is Tate Missouri behind the mic. Tigers need to get something rolling and need to get rolling quickly. Winkler in the corner. He'll try and dribble it himself out. Needs to get something. Running a little bit of a stagnant setup. Larrabee, he'll get it across the screen. He'll look, he'll drive, he'll kick. Hari doesn't like the three, but he'll be fouled there right away. That's going to be Ace Soar. If anything, it was actually probably a pretty good foul there for Dakota Wesleyan. That does not send the Tigers to the line right now. So it's 74-70. Next foul should send the Tigers to the line then. As they only have the total right now at 5. Foul situation right now. Yeah, that is correct. Corner, Winkler, this would be a big one. 3 on the way, no good. And that about seals up the deal right now. Harden, he'll get it across the timeline, and there's going to be Oppold with it. Oppold throws it up to Larson. Larson gets it battered away. There goes the Tigers. Life for the Tigers. They need a big one, though. Larrabee, he looks. He's got Winkler open for 3. Won't take it. Winkler, corner. Hari, 3-point on the way. Won't get it to go. As a jump ball situation will fall a little bit short here tonight.
Personal foul, 10th team foul. Nick Harden at the line for Dakota Wesleyan, shooting 2.
Harden going to go to the line. He will get a double bonus situation. Harden will shoot, he'll make, as it's a 5-point game. And the shot up is good. That makes it a 2-possession game, and there got to be both 3-pointers. Here comes Larrabee, and you know he's probably going to put one up. There's Larrabee, he does. 3-point on the way, no good. And that'll about seal the deal here tonight, folks. And if you're a Doane fan here tonight, there's been losses this year that have been gut-wrenching and just kind of a gut punch. But this one has definitely got to take the cake, as the last 3 minutes and 49 seconds of this game has been a 10-0 run for Dakota Wesleyan. And that's pretty much the difference in this game. There's a couple of turnovers. A pair of turnovers. The Tigers had a 4-point lead. That allowed Dakota Wesleyan to knot it on up, and then the offensive opportunities after that got pretty slim, as Dakota Wesleyan now holds an 8-point lead, and that does not tell the story of this game here tonight. Moxis tried to get a screen. There's Burt. He'll take the 3, won't get it. There's Larrabee with it now. Larrabee looks. He'll fire one up and gets it to go. 78-73 as the Tigers will take a brief timeout just to try to gather and put together a prayer, if anything. Man, that's just a gut-wrenching loss. So we start to look at these trends, and it seems to be the case in these tight games. Tigers are 1 of 9 of their last field goals. And you love to see some of those guys come up. You know, Larrabee, Witters try to steer the ship right and take those big time shots. But you kind of look at some of the possessions and shake your head at just you know, when to take those shots, when not to. Kind of have to have a feeling with that, and the Tigers won't be able to get a huge win here tonight, as Harden's got it. He'll dribble with it, and that's going to be a foul.
Fouls on number 24, Trey Winkler. 3rd personal foul.
13.1 on the game clock. 5-point advantage here for Dakota Wesleyan, as Harden goes back to line, and such a steady free throw shooter as Harden. Shot up on the way, will go on through. It extends that lead up to 6 again. Shot up is also good. Back to a 7-point advantage here for Dakota Wesleyan. There goes Larrabee. Larrabee gets it across the timeline, 10 on the shot clock. He'll give it off Joe Burt, and that's going to be your ball game right there, folks. Joe Burt mocks this, his 3 on the way, won't go in. And Dakota Wesleyan gets a big win, a gutsy win on the road. They weren't sure that it was going to happen, but they get the win here tonight, 80-73. And it's Larson letting the Doane fans know that they had won here tonight. We'll be back to give you some post-game stats to finish this one off.